before I start it. We do need to start. If you can ready up disco colored. Are you still coming, Cassavir? All right, thank you for readying up. Okay. As soon as you get logged in, if you could join and ready up for me, because we need to start this. I don't want to, like, you know, it's so miserable fishing for Donit's Rough at noon or something. Yeah, that's fine. I have hundreds of those foam rubber fish when I was leveling lure making. I've been handing them out like candy. Yeah, I don't know why I don't have more, other than that I may have just, like, I may have given a lot of them away. If you... Oh, it's all one word? English? Really? Okay. Let's see what I actually need here. I do have plenty of yellow. I need green, like crazy red. Really everything except for yellow, but not as much black. All right. Yep, let's go. Cassavir's up. Is Cassavir here? Nope, we're waiting on Cassavir as soon as he gets here. Cassavir almost here. Then we go. MDawg, lowercase. It's always just MDAWG, no caps. Ooh, I just called it Donit's Rough. Dang it. It's definitely Donit's Rough time. Good luck, have fun. Oh, I think I get what's happening to that rod. I think it actually needs a heavier weight or a river sinker on it. It looks like that one's kind of floating down the river a little bit. Maybe. Or maybe that's the one that I picked up a minute ago and it didn't have anything on there. All right. How much... Does anybody off the top of their head know how much set of paints are? And how much foam rubber is? I can check when I get through with this, I guess. Starting over with fresh notes on my notepad. Just because a lot of times notes get outdated. Yo, Twat's got one. First one of the comp. So mine, just for fun, mine was 76 grams before the comp started. All right, so a foam rubber fish set would cost let's see. 5 times foam rubber and 4 times set of paint, which would equal, we'll figure that out eventually. Okay. George, what's up? Common roach. All right, I guess this sinker's doing fine as long as I don't pick it up prematurely. Dropped off. Small anyway, but... Did I get the FGA? No. Come on. Right here, chat. That's not it. That's a decent river mussel. All right, wild carpet tuba. Rough at Belaya. That's always good to see. Bleak at Winding. Trophy Bleak. Cusk. Literally farming cusk at the 80 meter. Oh my goodness, and that's on that silicone giant shad, and they're getting that high a percentage of cusk. Cusk. So many cusk, and then occasional halibut or something like that. Grayling and bream doing well. Oh, that's awesome. So bream at Old Berg, grayling at White or Belaya. That's good to hear. Ooh, trophy chub at Belaya. And a lot of nice grayling. That was on the Spiker 02 at 71.37. Okay, that's cool. Saberfish at Donitz. That's always fun. I'm always like, if it's just a banging, like awesome float spot, that's always like a lot of fun. Okay, looks like dace are popping off here at Winding. Okay, back at the, we could try that while we're here just for a couple minutes or something. Let's see, what are they doing for it? Dace, 18 centimeters, 72.85. Castor and maggot. Trophy was on castor. And they don't have sandwich bait unlocked. And they were using 1.9 Invisalign. Holy cow. I love it. I guess Caster and Maggot both have a chance of Roach. So you could pop it, but you could also trophy a Dace. Let's look at the weekly Dace. Actually, let's look at telescopic weekly Dace. Just to make sure we're looking at the right thing. So I would say double caster, and then maybe one caster maggot or something like that. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and set that up in case we decide to actually do that. So we would want to use these. What did I say? 1.9 Invisalign. All right, so they're doing an 18 caster. I bet it's fine on the 5.4. I mean, that's fluorocarbon line. Then I don't have to sweat the Roach. There is a little bit of current there, so we're not likely to do more than 2. 18 caster maggot. So we'll do it like that. Let's do maggot caster. That'll be fun. First thing in the morning. Oh, short head. Huh. The barbel spot? Maybe. Let me keep looking a little bit. I don't know. I was thinking carpet amber, but I feel like I haven't done carpet amber in a little bit. Bream Trophy. 5131 Oldberg. That looks like that's on cottage cheese dough, which is always one of my favorite bream baits to when it's hot. Everything is right with the world. 83. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of wanting to try. I'm wanting to try 83. Maybe if we get really tired of Norway later, we could do short-haired barbel, or maybe we can save that for tomorrow or something. Let's see, though. All right, so that bream spot does look good, actually. Buffalo at 126 is always tempting. If we do tuba shorthead, that'd probably work in Buffalo as well. Like if we do that tomorrow or something. And they had black buffalo as well. Just very rare bycatch. Yo. Oh, where is this? Okay. Maggot rigging trophy. Is this something I've done? I'm always interested in these. Maggot rigging. That's going to be feeder, right? Where's the maggot rig? Is that not under... Oh, is that under carp fishing? Oh, yeah, it's going to be carp fishing. That's interesting. Oh, there it is. I have not done this, chat. Do we go do this? What is their catch like? I mean, it looks like it took them 10 minutes. That's not going to take us 10 minutes, but... All right, they used PVA. Okay, that's fascinating. That's fascinating. I saw that blue tag tench yesterday, or one of them. All right, so this is at Oldberg. Let me pull up the Oldberg specifically one, because I may actually want to go do this, to be honest. If there's a chance we could get that maggot rig done. Right? All right, what else we got? 83. So occasional rare possibility there too? I guess we need to figure out like what the most lucrative setup is at Amber, or most trophy. The one that's given the most trophies. I mean, all the posts I'm seeing, it's just looking like one trophy per net kind of thing. I'm not seeing like massive amounts of trophies coming out. And it looks like people are using pretty much the same stuff, which is like an 18 pellet and a 20 soluble. I guess that's what we would try. Are you talking about, okay, the Kudum spot at Tuba, is it the one down on that island? I tried that last night. I got 0 Kudums. I got a bunch of big head carp and wild carp. If that's the one you're talking about, I would be willing to do that again. Again, if we're going to go to Tuba, that's like 3 hours of fishing right there. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'd be willing to try that again. It wasn't a waste of time because I still made, I think, 300 silver in an hour, because you are catching like a somewhat decent amount of wild carp and big heads. But I happen to get no Kudums. So you got a trophy bream at 5142. Nice. What is it? It's like, oh, people are going over 223. Wait, isn't trophy 250? Yo, Frozen. That's a nice one, though. That's a nice one, Frozen. Yo, people are going over 100 like crazy right now. Some people. All right, so let's just catch a few days, see how that feels, and then we'll probably head to Amber. And I'm guessing after that we'll do Norway, although I'll keep thinking about Tuba. I don't know, we'll see. I really want to get back to 34 and farm some Saith. It was actually a lot of fun. And then we can use the dead fish we get and do some more dead fish experiments if we want to. I think I need to throw out the dead fish that I have left. Well, not all of them. Well, these are too big though. This one's not. I need to, if there's anyone that has heavy boat rod that actually can use these Saith, I need to send them to you. These are too big for my rig. I probably won't quite be there yet in an hour and 15 minutes. It's kind of close to when I'll be there, but probably not quite. Come on. Let's do it right here. Come on. Donit's Rough finally trophied it. Come on. That looks like a chub, chat. It's wearing a disguise. I'm ready to be done with this. If it's a small fish comp, I will. all I was gonna do is like total weight of Saith or something wacky like that. Total weight of Saith. I'm just gonna go to 34 and I'm gonna farm the mess out of Saith. But you can do Saith, right, Drift? And then I'll do like big fish with the dead fish afterwards or something. Be cool if Blue Bream started coming more regularly here. Is that right, Dobrik? Well, we could go really small fish on the Sorry, but I had a blast, man. I made a video last night. I don't remember when that's coming out. It actually might be today. Farming Saith, but it was so good. It was just really good silver and just really fun. Let me see when that video pops. Okay, it hasn't popped yet. It is coming out. July 12th at 10 a.m. So in 23 hours. But don't worry, you're going to see it on stream today. Really nothing new from... What is going on? Oh, my phone's downstairs. Crap. I'll be right back, chat. Let me... I really don't like it when the muscles do this. I'm going to... Or maybe I did it, but either way. Let me reposition my stuff here. Go grab my phone. All right, be right back. maybe later. Okay, guys, sorry about that. 2.5 hours left in the comp. We are still in Donit's time, just barely. Has anybody else caught over 100-gram ones? Let me look really quick. Never mind getting crayfish, do you? Okay. Oh yeah, George got a 100-gram one. So there's been 3 plus 100-gram Donits caught today. Oh, it's getting hot up here. Maybe it's just got just ran. Oh my gosh, dude. Yo, I mean, if somebody wants to send you some safe fillets, that's fine. You don't need them. Like, I think some of the best safe you can catch at 34 is just using a foam rubber fish, which you can't put a safe fillet on there anyway. Now, it's much better when you've unlocked drop shot. I'm just saying, like, you can catch some safe and cut up some fish fillets really quickly yourself if you want to do that. But if people have a ton of extra and want to send you some, obviously that's fine too. I will, but I mean, I'll just say, like, there's Safe Bite is very healthy at 34 right now. I think I'm gonna stop at 8:30 or 8 even. Let's see. There's another Donitz. I want to get like a little bit of that earlier morning bite rate on the days. 72.85. Hey, there's a dace. I hope the dace are really popping off. Dace and bleak, such good fish to go for if you're low, mid-level. Yeah, big cods on foam as well. That's true. 10 kilo cusk almost fooled you. What lure were you using for European place? Overguard, it was... Let me see if I still have that set up. That would have had to have been a boat rod, right? Yeah, it was this one right here. Jellyworm 16009. I need to do that today. Go back and try to trophy a place on that rig. Just sit there and farm the mess out of it. What spot was that at? That was at 41, wasn't it? All right, 8 o'clock. Let's see. Let's go to 8:15. Let's see the next fish. We're fishing for Donitz Rough, about to do some float fishing for dace just for fun. And then we are going to Amber for an hour. And then most likely Norway for the remainder. I think we'll try to plan on hitting Tuba tomorrow. If that still sounds fun when tomorrow comes. But all of those things are things I could change at any time. Is that a perch? Yeah, that's a sign. That is the sign. Okay, so it's looking like Frozen is going to win. Frozen, let me know what color boilie you want. I would do foam rubber fish, handmade foam rubber fish, maggots. Those are all those are very cheap. I would do the blue lurker 100. That's really what I would do to get started, and then go from there. Gummy eel at 190 caught a football fish. What? Which gummy eel? What? How? I want to try it. There's so much I want to try. $190. All right, 72.85. That's just this spot over here, right? It's actually kind of a pain to fish with two here, isn't it? I guess I'll try it. Just be a lot of resetting them. All right. Double maggots and maggot cast, double caster, and then maggot caster combo here. All right, there's a dace. That's what we're after. I don't know if we need to cast it that far out. We'll see. So far, the maggot... Oh, wait, that's a roach. Or something else. That's a white bream. What is this? Oh, my Lanta. That's a chub. All right. Man, this is fun. You know what? You know what would be fun? Speaking of not enough time to fish all the places we want to fish, is do a good float session at Tunguska. At least for like bigger fish, Tunguska is my favorite float fishing map. For small stuff, it tends to be Tuba. When Tuba's really good, but Tunguska's also easier to get started. Usually Tuba, you have to take a boat far, far away to get to a fishing spot, but I don't know why I keep casting that one too far. Did you tell me which gummy? 8005. Okay. I need to put that in my notes. I want to try that. But I think the Tunguska float fishing hasn't been bad lately, right? That's a roach. That's a by the way, that pops the leader if we're using the 1.8 Invisalign. Or pops the line. Actually, they weren't using a leader at all. Shouldn't have to wait that far. Oh. Come on. Why is it vibrating like that? Is that not a fish bite? Might have been hitting the bottom or something. I don't know. All right, maybe if we go back further, let's just focus here for a second and see what's going on. You've been getting more chub and eyed here mostly. Interesting. Hey, yo, thanks for participating in the comp. That was fun. Anything to get through the failures at Donnett's Rough Trophies. Welcome back. There's a Dace. Welcome back, Edward. What are you sorry for? Thanks. That might be too close. Let's see. What have we done? Days, couple of days, only 1 over 100. I don't know. I might need to, I might not be dialed in here. Might be things we need to change. But this isn't quite as on fire as I was hoping for. Maybe we go get set up at Amber. This is Winding Rivulet, right at the base where you first come in. I was trying to get some dace over here. Let me try one more thing. I'm going to cast a little farther out, but that way. Let's see if we get a nibble. It's not the first time we caught a fish way up there. There's 151 gram. That's nice. So if that's the case, maybe we cast it farther. Just start over here. I think that's twice that's happened. Hold on, let me, I might need to get on the shore here. Let's just see what happens here. Yeah, there we go again. So it's like 96.7% float fishing, chat. I don't think I've gotten a float point in over a year. What a cast. Marksman. Or a sniper rifle cast. I don't even have points in float fishing right now. These are actually really good telesticks though. Come on, that's a roach. No chance that's a dace, right? Oh, it's a chub. Again, no chance. Eyed. Who called the eyed? Somebody called the eyed. Foxy called it. 'Twas I. I mean the dace are here, but you're right. Like it's just they're not on fire here. This isn't the way to do it. I don't think. There's better dace spots than this sometimes, and there's an active bleak spot right now, which is probably far superior to this at the moment. But I will say, if you can get a dace spot where you're catching a little bit better than this, those 100 gram plus dace, they really add up. Okay, 50 viewers. All right, I said when we got 50 viewers today, I was going to ask y'all to do me a favor. All right, so here's the deal, chat. And some of you may not have noticed this if you're not paying attention to my YouTube channel, which is totally fine. But I have started doing shorts, right? YouTube shorts. And one thing I've noticed is that on the shorts, I get a lot of people that are commenting like, what game is this? In other words, people that are viewing the shorts are not, it's not like the exact same audience that tends to watch my regular videos. And it seems to be people who have never heard of this game, at least I'm getting those kind of comments. So I don't know what happens with that like algorithm or how shorts even work or whatever. But it does seem like a good way to spread information about the game through YouTube with the shorts feature. So the thing that I was going to ask you guys to kind of pay attention to, I am terrible at like making these clips or knowing like when to do it. So if I ever catch a trophy or just a really nice fish, or if I have a disaster, if I snap a line, if I do something funny happens, which I know that's rare. If you could help me by using that feature on Twitch where you can just clip it and then name it and save it, it will show up on my clips on my Twitch account when I look at my videos. And then it just will be a lot easier for me to see like, okay, yeah, that's a good one. And I can thank you for doing it. And I can actually use that as a YouTube short. So it would really help me if y'all think about it. If something happens that you feel like, I mean, I don't want to do more than 1 or 2 clips per stream. So I'm not saying like constantly do it, but if a trophy comes in or something that just seems like it'd be a really cool moment for one of those shorts, if y'all could help me by clipping it, if even just 1 or 2 of you, it doesn't even have to be a ton of people, but that would help me. It would save me a lot of time going back through the stream afterwards, trying to figure out, okay, what would make a good clip. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? If any of you are interested in helping that way, I would really appreciate it. All right, don't forget about the rough order. If you've been fishing here, roach order also very very likely completed. If you stayed longer than I did, you might have the perch order. There's an easy nace order if you did catch nace. I should have done the second rough order, not the first one. If you got really lucky on a blue bream, take note of that. River mussel, we'll do the 4 silver, sure, why not? All right, so let's sort by price. Look at this 151 gram dace, 8.3 silver. That's what I'm talking about. Like, they just really add up. They really do. Let's get some craytails. Yo, what's up, Scotty? Thanks for following on YouTube. I appreciate that. What's up, Renzi? Should I buy Fortuna Carp Rod or just keep saving? Absolutely. I would get Fortuna Carp Rod. I think the only reason why you would not want to get Fortuna Carp Rod is if you were focused on wanting to do sturgeon fishing. If that's what you were saving for, then Fortuna Carp Rod is a little light on the load capacity. But if you're trying to get into carp fishing, I mean, I still use my Fortuna Carp Rods. And the price of these compared to saving for sages, in my opinion, I would get the Fortuna Carp Rods, and you can worry about if you want sages or not down the line. They're a lot more expensive. And these Fortuna Carp Rods are so solid. 39 load capacity. You're never going over, what, 31? No, 36. I guess that's the one thing to keep an eye on. Let's see. Let me check mine. So my blank is at 4.4 wear. So I'm getting to that point. What's 4% of 39? This is what you have to do, right? 4% of 39 is whatever. I have to be careful if I ever set this up as a full carp rod again. Make sure that that 4% of 39 is still higher than the test of the, than the capacity of the leader and all that I'm using. But you're not going to get to that. I mean, how many fish have I caught on this stinking Fortuna Carp Rod? These are sturdy rods. I've been using this for years, and it's at 4.4% blank, right? So, yeah. If I didn't say it already, greetings, Scotty Blunty. Hello. Losing Christmas tree and rage quit is nice clickbait. Oh, yeah. That one short. I know what you're talking about, Cassavere. Sorry, I was blanking for a second. I'm focused on amber and sea. I don't blame you. If you want to fish amber, yeah, get 3 of them for sure. Can I still use classic bottom fishing on carp rod? Absolutely. Because I will still use on feeder at seashore. Yes, you absolutely can. Those Fortuna Carp Rods are so versatile. So versatile and so good. All right, let's get our carp setups. Let's go to amber. Let's see. So what do we want to look at? Weekly something to see what bait? I think it's, I think most people are using pretty similar baits right now at amber, right? For that 83 spot. How long do you have, Renzi? Let's see. Common carp. I mean, this is it, right? Pepper and mussels, 18. Crab and mussel, 20. Do we want to set up one to try to hit a really big one? We could do that. That's always fun. Pepper and mussel, crab and mussel soluble. Oh, still a day? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go to amber now because I want to get to Norway eventually. All right, so we're going to go... Yeah, we can set up a comp for amber. That's fine. Somebody just needs to tell me what carp to put on the comp. Do we just want to do commons? Do we want to do 3 of them? I think frames are coming out. I don't know what else. Probably don't want to do rare because it's just so rare, but whatever y'all think. I don't remember now. Pepper and mussel? Is it pepper and mussel? and then crab and soluble 20. Except most people are doing 18, right? We're gonna do big boy on 1. So I'm gonna guess people are using crab and fish dip. I could be wrong though. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong here. And then on this one, we're gonna put a 2-0 dip is mussel. Okay. Yo, no worries, caller. Do you have any way to feed the water? In other words, do you have PVA, SPOD? Can you use the and send out any kind of, you know, do you have method? Do you have, if you can't feed the water, your results may be a little different. 18, crap. Pepper and mussel, 18. Crab and soluble, 20. Mussel dip. Slingshot. What's up, Gonzo? Yeah, that's fine, George. I'd love to take a look at it. All right, and we'll go 1-0 on this one. So we've got slightly, each setup is slightly different, but very much the same kind of idea on all of them. All right, so this needs to be mussels, you're saying? Okay, cool. Let me look at it. Wait, what'd you send the screenshot on? Oh, I see it now. Sorry. Took me a second. All right. Wait, what? Is this for real? I don't think I've ever used wheat bran as a base. Not that I don't trust you, but I've just never used wheat bran as a base. Does it work good? Let me find somebody on VK. I'm just curious what else other people are using. All right, what do I do here, chat? Let's see. Alt-Shift-S? Nope. Windows-Shift-S? Nope. Control-Shift-S? Nope. Shift-Space-S? Nope. It's one of these combinations. Windows Shift S, thank you. I'm not sure I actually ever got to that one. Windows Shift S. Oh, now it's not working. Shift Windows S. Not working. Sometimes this happens with my all right, Windows Shift S. Yeah. You can totally join Discord. Just type ! Discord in chat. Okay, anyway. All right, I'll just try it. I'll just try the one you sent. Do I even have wheat bran? Yes. All right. So this is Trophy Carp, Amber, 7, 11, 23. All right, and then we put all the mussel stuff in there. Eight, 6. Corn. What? Come on now. We're just throwing random stuff in here at this point. And of course we're doing mussel sauce. And then we have crab and mussels 20 crushed. Ooh, getting a little pricey. Hate to crush crab and mussel 20. Okay, dry mix. All right, and if we need to make another one, we still have all the ingredients. All right. We don't need to do a raid. Thank you for offering, though. Oh, sounds good, Scotty. Oh, no, we called this trophy, didn't we? All right, so what do we need? We need a few more of soluble. That's probably the only thing we need. Yeah, I think so. Sorry. Collar's asking, is shooting 10 balls with slingshot every 19 hours? I think that's fine. I wish you had a way to do, because you're talking about, are you talking about shooting out actual boilies? I wish you had a way to shoot some sort of like, even if it was a ground bait mix. So, mirror carp order, frame carp trophy. Fair point, Blunty. Fair point. All right. Oh, shoot. We got to start the comp. Did anybody tell me what to put in here? M-Dog and Carp. I guess I can look on one of these things to see what people are catching. All right. I see frame carp. And I see mirror carp. I think those...
Challenge. Challenge accepted.
8 and Bait. 5 community sub gifts. Good grief, 8 and Bait. How much support you gonna do? Good night. Why, thank you so much. All right. 5 silver to enter. Password is M-Dog. No caps. Seriously, 8 and Bait. I really appreciate it. So, Cassavir, Overguard, Drift, Nurgle, and Todd Thanks to 8 and Bait,
Challenge.
you now have some subs.
Challenge accepted.
Thanks, 8 and Bait. That's very kind. Okay. 50 fish in 2 hours using 1 float for all markers. That seems pretty good.
Challenge.
Just using 1 float?
Challenge accepted.
That actually sounds really good. That's good silver. Constant bite rate. You pleased with that? All right. If you want to join this hour-long
challenge. Challenge accepted.
Hey, love.
Challenge. Challenge accepted.
All right. If you want to join the comp, come on in. Let's start this at as close to 2200 as we can, because that'll be a pretty lively, like, actually maybe 2300. I'm trying to think. I want to give people time to get that last trophy in potentially. So we'll start it at 2300. I'm going to go grab my food and I'll be right back. No, it's your top fish of each of the 3 fish. So ready up when you get in. I'll be right back and we'll start. All right, it's almost start time. Got a good feeling about this comp. We've got what is reportedly a healthy carp spot. Chance for a trophy to come out during the comp. All right, is everybody ready? Everybody that's coming here, we're starting right at 2,300, which is coming up. Yo, no worries, caller. All right. I'm going to go ahead and put my lines in. I'm assuming this is like, what, 35-meter clip as usual? Yeah. 35-meter clip. We are moments away from starting here, folks. Did I just undercast that? The heck? I must have a lighter. It's not really lighter. Actually, I don't know that I want to do that. Not with that size. Not with that size. Okay, here we go. Oh, ready up when you're ready, and we will start. All right, as soon as Python ready's up, we're going. Cool. Good luck, have fun. I'm here just, I think this could be a fun comp. May put it on YouTube, and I don't want to just like be sitting here eating at the beginning of the video. No worries, Python. All right. So you need best common, best frame, best mirror to win the comp. Nice trophies here. Awesome. See you, Edward. Oh, that's awesome, Scotty. Good bear spot's always fun. So if good trophies are coming out, I wonder what the bite rate overall is like. I really need to switch these to blinkers. I'm annoyed already and we just started. All right, healthy start. Okay. Climinus has a 3 kilo common to begin with. Queefius just got a 4.7 common. This is going to be a good comp, isn't it? This is a common as well. And then you would expect the commons might slow down a little bit and hopefully a mirror or two will come in overnight. 9 kilo common. I will take it. That'll get us going. All right, there's the first mirror carp of the comp. Clemenius? Clemenus? I don't know. So now has a common and a mirror. Not sure why, but that name's a little hard for me. Manus. Manus has a common and a mirror. Oh, I didn't remember to put a blinker on the third one. This carp is not really wanting to come in. He just wants to chill out there. This carp is all chill and no come in. Ooh. Well, can't see what it is yet. I think this is just another common. Oh, nope, this is a mirror. It's going to be like an 18 kilo mirror, I think. Let's go down here and meet him. Let's meet him right down here at the water's edge. We'll have a little get together right here, mirror. How does that sound? Yeah, 15.6. We will take that. All right. Let's start remembering to go blinkers. And notice we haven't caught a fish on the first line yet, and that line has the biggest bait on there. Smallest hook, but biggest bait. Yeah, this comp is off to a great start. That is also a mirror. Not going to be as big as our last one, though. This might be good for the cafe order. A little bigger than the cafe order, but... Nope, very close to the cafe order, actually. Didn't switch the bell again. Oh, that's funny. We forgot to sell our fish at Winding. Oh, I like it, George. Oh gosh, is it that loud? I'm so sorry. I may need a new camera. I certainly don't need a new mic, apparently. Yo, Collar, thanks for the follow. All right, Laza says you have your 50 plus viewers. Yeah, you may have stepped out. I did remember to do that. Basically, what I was saying, Laza, if anyone sees something that seems clip worthy, you could really help me and the community out by clipping that so that it's saved to my clips. So after the stream, I don't have to go trying to find stuff. I'm not very good at it anyway. But what I've noticed is that it seems like when we make a clip or two per stream and then upload them later, it's getting fresh eyeballs on the game. I'm having a lot of people asking me like, hey, what game is this? So it might be a good way to kind of grow our community. So if you see us catch a trophy on stream or something funny happens or just a nice fish or whatever, you could do me a favor by just like real quickly creating a little clip, naming it, and then I can go through them and choose a couple to upload to YouTube. Collar says, should have followed you sooner. Again, huge shout out to all your YouTube content. Really made me like the game. Thank you so much. Thank you for your kind words, and I'm glad you're enjoying RF4. Is it just me or carp don't fight as hard on bear than as on amber? Well, I don't know about that. I feel like grass carp and black carp fight really, really hard at bear. I guess it just depends on their size and stuff. Yo, what's up, Seiko? Cav, thanks for the follow. If I end up putting this carp comp on YouTube, because, you know, I think it's possible that some trophies could be caught during this comp by me or other people, apologize for the eating, the noises you may have heard as I was eating my lunch. All right, so first carp at 3:33. They usually wake up more like 4:30, but we'll see what this probably just a little mirror or something. Commons are weak at bear. That may be true. I don't know. Oh, you got a golden tench. Hey, we got our frame. Okay, we're on the board with a frame. I think that's one of each of the fish we need now. Right? Hasn't updated yet. Ooh. Manus already has actually a nice frame to go with a nice mirror. And you know Manus will get a better common once the day goes. So Manus is in pretty good position. We did jump ahead with that last fish, but the fact that you have a nice frame is pretty good sign. Yeah, I can't hit it either. I've tried a bunch. I tried a bunch off stream as well to hit that trophy don. It's still rare. It might not be as rare as it used to be, but it's definitely still rare. I might start really like going for it, smaller leader sizes and stuff, but it's just you have to accept the losses of the hook and the leaders, because sometimes you're going to hit the perch or the bream or whatever. It could be a little too big. Okay, this is first fish on the larger bait size, by the way. Not very impressive size, but... Oh, I didn't change the bell. But actually, I don't mind, because this rod is getting a lot less activity. It's this one that we want to remember to change the bell. Yeah, but thank you for that reminder, Laza. I appreciate it. So are you at 55.31? Does look like an interesting spot at the moment. All right, Babica Fisher got a frame 6.4. It's a nice one. Mana still has the largest frame. I don't know. Off the top of my head, I can't think of who that is. So maybe not, but I may not be the best representation of what's popular. Did I screw up? Yes. That cost me a PVA. Okay, we're fine. I thought I caught it before it was going to hit the water, but then it hit the water at the last second. Python, you're waiting on a bite? I wonder how many people in this comp have PVA versus don't have PVA. That's such a big deal at Amber sometimes. You are using PVA? Are you using like really big baits? How could you still be waiting for a bite? Are you all big baits, big hooks? Uh-oh. Remorius has something big on. Worried that he can't, worried that he won't be able to get it in during the comp. That's funny. Hey, you got one. Okay, good. You have PVA, but so far nothing. But you are going really big stuff, right? That's you on Amber Drift? Well, stick with it. It's worth figuring it out because Amber's great. It's great fun. I'd love to catch a nice rare in here somewhere too. I don't know how many, like, on average rares are coming in per hour, but... Ooh, nice mirror carp. 21.1. That's awesome. Ooh, Queefius, nice frame carp. 11 or 10.9 frame, and then Frozen gets the 19.5 mirror carp. Okay, people are starting to take off in their carp sizes here. So Remorius got that giant mirror carp in on an Alpha 8K. Do what you got to do, I suppose. Just another little mirror. Oh, you don't have PVA yet? All right, let's see what's going on. Queefius is in first with only 2 carp. But the health of the frame-sided and the common. So we just need to up our frame-sided size, I guess. I was kind of surprised. I bet all 3 of us are pretty close right now. Frozen got that really big mirror. Your Remorius collar, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, not that you can't still make silver, but some of these spots really do fish pretty different without PVA. I would definitely use smaller bait size a little bit if you don't have PVA. Oh, Babica Fisher in with the trophy frame. Nice one. I knew there would be at least a trophy or 2 in this comp. That is awesome. 28 kilo frame. Yeah, some big fish are coming out here. Wow. That's only 3 kilos off the biggest one I've ever had. All right, so Collar, you are now in first place with a 21 mirror, 5 frame, and 10 common. It's interesting. I feel like the frame carp are being undervalued a little bit. Maybe not. I'm just surprised Manus isn't still higher, but oh, Babaka Fisher's actually fishing from peg 1. That's cool. Be right back calling mom. That's awesome. That's funny. All right, come on. Come on. This is trophy line right here. There she goes. Not a trophy. Okay, so Babak Fisher was worried about having fished out 83 because had already done 3 hours here. That is a nice night at Winding. All right, so we are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11 keeper carp so far in 18 minutes. Not bad. Yo, what's up, Tilted? This could be pretty slow in the middle of the day, I bet. Overall it's good, but you know, it just slows down in the hot part of the day. This carp swam right for the shore. Six Onyx roughs gave you 100 silver. Nice. Weird, huh? This middle rod this middle rod is like definitely performing well. Okay. The fish are waking up a little late this morning for some reason. Like just right at 36, 38 kilos, something like that. According to where you're fishing and all that, I mean, you can probably get away with mono since the spool size got buffed a little bit. I think it did at least. Let's see, I used 36.4. 16 fish in 30 minutes and 2.8 golden tench. Yeah, no, that's really good. Hey, it's a barbel. I have fished at just Winding, couple spots at Winding, and now Amber. And we're going to Norway next, I think. Huh. Oof. Sounds good, Scotty. Saw 2 eel trophies in Discord on Old Berg. Oh, that's cool. The one thing I may try in Old Berg is that maggot rig qualification. I may do that just for a few minutes before going to to Norway. We'll see. I need to get it set up. This spot's great though. I know this is not news to anyone, but we're making good silver in this spot. Even with one setup, you know, with larger baits than it needs to be. We'd have a even better bite rate if we hadn't done that. Sounds good, Scotty. No worries. You feel stuck at level 25? Are you using like VK and Resort Discord and stuff to find good spots to fish at? It's definitely a grind. There's no way to not make it a grind. It's just a grind. But if you can get on good spots, that definitely helps. Down to 3rd place. This is a really good comp. Holy cow. Yeah, let me post you Blunty's Excel sheet as well, in case you want to link to any of the VK sites for hotspots there. Discord is a good option these days too, though. Yo, Grat's on level 27, Remorius. Just good fish after good fish right now. All right, let me get the spreadsheet is here. Mui, how you doing? We have a nibble going on. Sorry, guys, I'm almost done. I'm very distracted by Amazon Prime deals, but I'm almost done. All right, let's see here. I was even so down, I wanted to buy gold points to open amber. I would say, like, if you're a little bit patient, like Bear and either Bear or Oldberg almost always has a good carp spot going. Like right now, Scotty's fishing at what looks to be a very promising carp spot at Bear. If you want to carp fish, I don't think you need to spend money to unlock amber early, in my opinion. And sometimes Bear and Oldberg are both doing good. Oh, come on, carp. Start picking up again. the idea of places like Bear not having all the shops is that it's the most, of all of water bodies, it's kind of like the most out in the middle of nowhere. So you're farthest from civilization there, you know? It's like the direct opposite of Volkov, which is like a major city. So it doesn't have a cafe, it doesn't have a tackle store. And you can't summon a submarine there. Yeah, that's a good point. Bear's the only one that extreme, yeah. Yama is out in the middle of nowhere, although they've created a little village. I mean, they have helicopters flying in. There seems to be no shortage of financial resources at Yama. Come on. I mean, I have just fallen and fallen and fallen in this comp. We started off so strong. Is that another mirror carp? I'm just like way too much in the mirror carp. That's probably, is that my largest size right now? Yeah, we need to get the other ones a little bit bigger. Oh, that's awesome. You had a trophy cusk as well? That's great. Yeah, you did have a good day yesterday. All right, let's go ahead and get Let's go ahead and get our Fortuna carp rod set up for what we're doing at Old Berg. We're going to do that Old Berg experiment. How much time is left? 5 hours and 40 minutes. Let's see. Let's see if I can figure this out. All right. So we need, this is for the maggot rig. All right. So we're using 11. All right. Okay. Fortuna carp rod, maggot rig. We want the caliber HSV. We want to be at 11.3. And do I not have... All right, so we need to make feeder leaders. Okay. So I guess we won't, we'll just, that's fine. We're not going to be here long enough to worry about. Oh, I wonder what flavor is that? I think I can find out real quick. Cream. Okay. So we're using cream. Probably this one. We're using this. We're using this. Oh, I sent somebody all my cream yesterday. So it's not milk cream. We need the cream dip. Okay, so we got to go to the store for cream and we need to make leader. Oh, they're using fluorocarbon. Oh, they're actually using 4.3 fluorocarbon. Okay, hold everything. 4.3. Wow. So they're just counting on not hitting any carp. If you do hit a carp, you're just hating life, right? All right, maggot. That's fine, that's fine. Smallest lead core possible. So like technically we could have used 9 then, because we're using 4.3 here. Size 1 hook. That, and we'll have to deal with that in a minute. Yeah, that's right, Moy. There are so many new things to try. I get like overwhelmed at how much I want to try when I'm fishing at Norway. Yeah, it seems like they, you know, it's interesting. It seems like they did, at least at one point in the game's development, they did kind of have that on their mind, right? What you're saying about having more markets. If you think about Volkov, they added a whole second little store, you know, over there where you fast travel to, right? It's like a smaller store. Yo, what's up, Matt? How you doing? The other side of Amber. Yeah, it'd be cool if Amber had like a little satellite store. I could get behind that. All right, last PVA here. We'll just switch to a different PVA flavor because comp's not that far from being over. All right, so I think I need to set up one more rod, and then we'll have to go by the store before going to Oldberg, right? All right, so this one needs to be changed to maggot rig as well. Small lead core. 4 point something. Cream. Larva. And then we need to get the other stuff. I don't know that we necessarily need to use that hook, actually. Let's use like a cheaper hook. What did I use on this one? Yeah, we don't want to use these hooks. We really could blow this up. I mean, this could get... All right, we have a fish on. I'm doing well, Matt. Yeah, doing well. Having fun. Good fishing day. Excited about trying this maggot rig at Oldberg for a few minutes, and then really excited about getting back out to Norway and making some silver. We're going to do a little safe competition once we get to Norway. Just want to grab some kind of mussel here. I don't really care what. That's probably the safest. By the way, this PVA did seem to work well. I do still play Fisher Online. I just haven't played since being back from vacation. I think because I was gone for 2 weeks, well, with that weekend in between, but I've just felt like there's so much to get caught up on. And there's just like a lot of different videos and stuff I'm trying to make for RF4. I've been playing Dave the Diver. I've been playing this other game that's called something. What is it called? It's like Vampire Survivors, but way better. It's like my favorite one of those games I've ever played. I haven't made a video about it yet because I just like, it's so good, but like kind of overwhelming. I haven't known where to start. I'll probably try to put something together though. It's called Halls of Torment. Do y'all know Halls of Torment? Halls of Torment is what I wanted Vampire Survivors to be. So good. But yeah, I will get back to Fisher Online. I hope to get back to it very soon. Yo, oh, Matt, are you in our club? We need to get you in our club if you're not already, if you want to be. I need to see, I wonder if Amar is still actively playing. I just need to make sure we've got at least one officer who's actively playing. I will start playing it again though. It's just fun, and it's fun to keep up with it because he adds so much new content to that game. Now, it's not usually as polished as RF4, right? And it's not as good as RF4, to be honest, but it's still fun. It's still good. All right. Let's see if we even have... All right, maggot rig mix. So, do we have what we need for this? I really don't have breadcrumbs? Okay, we're off to a good start. Again, I've got 3 things now to go by the store. All right, chopped worm. Cookies. Yeah, this is like old school. This is like old school PVA. Casters. Do y'all remember what boiled millet is? Is that millet porridge? I bet it is. And then sunflower oil. Look at this ingredient. Look at these ingredients. That's awesome. All right, so we've got to get some breadcrumbs. Yeah, Matt. In fact, if you are you logged in right now? Okay. Let me see if I can figure out how to get you in real quick. What is your in-game name? I do like the way that the chat system works in Fisher Online. Like, you can see your club chat just by clicking on a different, section of the chat. Actually, I think you can see everything from the main section. It really works a lot like MMOs, like World of Warcraft, that chat system. It's more like that instead of you having to be in just like one chat channel and then that's all you see. Okay, MadX83. All right, let me see if I can find you. It's like I haven't started this game in so long, it struggles to load for the first time. Oh, fish on. All right, so I got to figure out... Okay, I guess we just go back to the store here. Well, we go back and sell fish. Yeah, we're not buying anything expensive, so we can just buy it at the store here. We need breadcrumbs, we need cream dip, and we need something else. Actually, no, that was it, because the leaders we don't need anymore. Wait, what'd you get, Scotty? Is this at Bear? What'd you catch? A little gibble. Hey, this might finally be a bigger frame for us, right? What's my largest frame right now? 8? This should be bigger than 8. Yes. We upgraded our frame. Yeah, isn't it interesting that that doesn't happen at Amber? Like, how annoying would that be if you were just constantly getting little, like, gibbles and crucians and biting your big boilies at Amber? Although, to be fair, I bet at Bear right now you're probably using a little bit smaller... You're using, like, corn and a smaller boilie, maybe? Alright, so who won this thing? Babika Fisher. Alright, Babika Fisher. If you would like a boilie, old school boilie color, just let me know what color. I think we did pretty good here, though. On silver. Like, probably 300, maybe? I don't know. Alright, let me see if I can figure this out. How do... Oh, what do I have in mail? Oh, yeah. Weekly salary from club. Okay, so... I go to people. Nope, I search. I put in Matt X83 and I search. Okay. Okay. I added you to the contact list. And then I invite to club. Okay, so you should see an invitation in the top left part of your screen. Yeah, that was a good comp. Good job, everybody. Let's see how we did on silver. Sounds good, Scotty. All right, I think you just joined, right? Yo, grats. All right, cool. All right, yeah, I'll try to play that again soon. I just haven't had time. Haven't made time, haven't had time. Looks like we're hoofing it. All right, Bobica Fisher, you won 42 extra silver. And let me know if you want an old school boilie color. Christabum, thanks for the follow. Cav, thank you for the follow from 51 minutes ago, if I forgot to say that. Come on now. Come on now. All right. I sent all of my dip to somebody the other day. And then I also needed what? Dip. Breadcrumbs. Wait. Ground breadcrumbs. You know what? I bet that's the translation issue. What would be closest to ground breadcrumbs? Crackers? Ground crackers? It's ground crackers. It's not going to be ground peas. It's ground crackers. So the PVA mix is this. Hey, thanks for being in the comp, and good job. All right, so there's our mirror order. 20 silver for that. I think that's going to be it. Ooh, frame. Trophy order for anyone that trophied frame. We had a trophy frame in the comp, right? Might have been Bobica Fisher. Somebody did. All right. Oh, yeah, we did 450. Oh, wait, hold on. A little less than that. We did 350. 350. Okay. That makes more sense. All right. There's some good silver, though. Okay, so now we need to make sure we've got everything set up like we need it. Let me get my... here they are. I can't believe what we're about to go do, but hopefully it'll be fun. All right, I think we're set. We're a little low on, not that I think we'll catch 35 fish. I don't think I'll be that patient. We're just going to go there. We're going to hopefully hit a quick trophy. But if we don't, we'll just move on. Okay, let's go. All right, by the way, we're going down to 6114. Which means we want to go across the southern bridge. I guess we could have looked at Cafe just in case, but I doubt we'll be catching enough to worry about Cafe here. Alright, so the idea here is if you haven't gotten your qualification, your carp qualification for a trophy on a maggot rig, it is at least possible in this spot that I'm taking you now to 6114 at Oldberg. This is probably possible at a lot of spots any given time, but I never think to go for it. So when I saw it on VK, I was like, yeah, let's at least give that a few minutes. It's like, I don't know, overnight and then early morning is probably a good time to try to get a lucky trophy crucian or something. But if we hook into an actual carp, we're toast. Just so you know. We have a very small leader on. Okay. We are right here. Hold on. Yeah, we're actually right here, aren't we? All right, clip 9. It looks like just straight ahead. Okay, wish us luck. I wasn't really paying attention for the last few minutes, but I think you're going for crucians and gibbles. Yeah, the whole thing we're trying to do is catch a trophy crucian to get our carp qualification for maggot rig. Did I just break a leader? Is that what happened? Oh, I was wondering, like, there was like a bite and then it stopped. Okay, so... yeah, let's up it to 5.4. This is why I put cheap hooks on here, because I knew this was a possibility. We gotta watch where our... I mean, the only good thing about that happening is I don't have to deal with like deciding if I'm actually going to try to, you know, fight a fish that's that strong. Uh-oh. We're getting a nibble here. Just these small leaders, man. I mean, anything is going to snap this leader. This is a definitely a risky thing. This is just going for it on the trophy. Maybe not necessary to be this small. Who knows? At 36.28? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if you've got a small enough leader and then a strong enough fish like a grass carp, it, you know, you don't have to be holding it for it to happen. It'll just snap it. Okay. I mean, there's no, we'll just, you know, we'll just do this for about 5 in-game hours. If it doesn't happen by then we'll just have to come back another time, because chances are the trophy's going to come out during this time, not later. If it's going to happen. All right, let me stretch while we're waiting. Oh, goodness. That leader snapped so fast, I didn't even notice it. Black carp trophy spot? I hope not. I'm trying to catch small fish, crucians. I'm trying to get the maggot rig qualification done. So we've got a very small leader on there. I think this is the one line that I haven't lowered the friction brake, so I was going to grab it quick. Okay. So that's what we're after. We just need it to be a lot bigger. Our friction brake is pretty much non-existent. Yeah, 6.4 is probably a safer way to go. We've got 4 kilo leaders at the moment. Oh. Feels good to stretch. I think Safe Comp will be next. If anybody's interested, we will start a Safe Comp after this. And we'll do a total weight instead of maximum weight. So it's more about bite rate, not trying to like hit the trophy. I'm using size 1 hooks, yeah. So slow the bite rate, but try to get a trophy. You know, and also maggot rig, in my experience at least, tends to get smaller fish on average. So that's why this challenge can be a little weird, trying to actually trophy on a maggot rig, but hopefully this will happen. This will work. Something was nibbling. It's not quite big enough, is it? Come on. Come on. Come on now. Come on. Don't be slipping off now. Qualification. Oh, this was... There it is. That's 2 qualification progress. Okay. So, just in case we clip this up or put this on YouTube, just as a reminder, this is what we were using. So the whole qualification is to get a trophy on a maggot rig, which can be a little bit weird with carp, because with the caster bait and everything and the corn, I mean, you tend to get smaller fish, right? So we're using 4.3 fluorocarbon leader, large 1 hook, cream, artificial corn, casters, 5 larvae, cream, and then here's the PVA. And thanks to, I don't know, somebody on VK for posting about this spot. I haven't really tried to get the maggot rig trophy yet, but I knew it was going to be a little bit of a doozy unless something like this came up. So, you got one too, Renzi, on the maggot rig? Wait, did you get maggot rig done too? All right, this was posted by, I can never really tell, Misha Shilyev, it looks like, on VK. So cheers for that. You cost me a leader, I lost a hook, but we got the maggot rig qualification done. Wait, you trophied an eel? Is that what you're saying? Oh, this is totally doable right here, by the way. If you need this qualification, this is your time. Oh, a crucian. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Get blue or it doesn't count. That's funny. Alright, yeah, thank you everybody. That was cool. That was cool. So, we are now on carp fishing. Needing to do a trophy using a rig containing only boilies or pellets. No larger than 10. I don't know if it's still the case. I mean, you probably, could do a crucian like we just did, but you used to be able to trophy bream and eyed and stuff on boilies at Volkov. Y'all remember that? This was a Caliber SLC. One reason why it looks weird is the line is blue. It's kind of cool looking, but... Oh, okay. Keithius says 8mm caramel at Ladoga. Nice. What's up, Derry? How you doing? Alright, let me set up this comp. No, that's great. Thank you, 8 and Bait. Okay. All right, if anybody wants to join, you can go Belaya for white bream. They bite on caramel 8. Okay, cool. Well, I see one. I see one cafe order here that we can definitely get. Somebody in the comp will probably trophy a Saith, so remember there's a cafe order for that as well. If you target the mackerel, you could do it, but you'd really have to target them for that. All right, so anybody wants to join the Saith comp? We'll start pretty soon. Oh yeah, that's good. Good job, Scotty. Bear's doing good, huh? Four new orders by the time the comp finishes. Is the 5-day trip good for XP and silver? Are you buying the trip with gold or with silver? If you buy the trip with gold, it is excellent for both. If you buy the trip with silver, it's only good for XP, not necessarily good for silver. Comp name is Saith Comp. Sorry, I usually put M-Dog in it, don't I? All right, give me just a minute, and then we'll get out there and get the comp started. Okay. If anybody else wants to join the comp, this is last call for getting in. I know boat tickets are expensive. Hopefully if you're already out on a boat, you're fishing and not waiting for me. But let's go ahead and get this party started. I'm going to go to 34 and we'll start the comp. Yo, what's up, Droz? How's it going? Good. Yeah. So if you do the boat trip, let's see, did you ever say, okay, first of all, again, if you're wanting to get silver, I would do it with gold, not with silver. But you probably want to fish 34-meter hole, where most of us are about to be fishing. You can also do 41. You could try 55, but chances are 34, 41 are going to be where you go. Yes, I can wait 3 minutes. Literally 3 minutes. I think it's, it might be worth buying the Lurker 107, but they also give you some good bonds. And, the bonds work good, the 125s or the 70s. I like the Jigmaster 75 too for small stuff, or the Jigmaster 110 or, 175 for a little bit bigger stuff. The bonds are good. The Dappers are okay. I don't have as much luck with the Dappers as I do the bonds from that stuff they give you, but you may have different experience than I do. Yeah, sounds good, Droz. So we're doing a safe comp. If anybody wants to join, we are literally starting in just a couple minutes here. Go ahead and ready up when you get in. Swag, give us an update on how close you are when you can. I think it's been 2 minutes at this point. Alright, so this is total weight. This is not maximum weight. Your objective is not to catch a trophy, although you're happy if you do catch a trophy. Your objective is bite rate. How much safe tonnage can you bring into the boat in 24 hours? And I don't know about you, but one thing I'm going to do is turn some of the smaller safe into dead fish, dead fish bait, in case we want to do some experimentation with dead fish. And then I also will make some bait with smaller stuff too, but should be a good time. And if anybody is fishing with dead fish actively, if you want me to send you these larger safe, I don't have a large boat rod yet. So if they're too big, I can't use them. But if you can use them, let me know. I'll send them to you. Sounds good, Q. Everybody hurry, hurry, hurry. Come on in. Let's see. I don't see Swag yet, and we're waiting on Q. And then we're starting her up. Alright, it's 12:42 in game. Let's start at 1:30 at the latest. 1:30 in game at the latest. Okay. So that gives everybody just under 45 in-game minutes, which is time to ride the boat out. Tombles is coming as well. All right, later, Cassavir. Sounds good. Hope your raid goes well. Ooh, I might head back and look at these again. We'll see. Password's just mdog. No caps, no spaces. I might pipe them. I might do that. Let's get through this comp and we'll see how we're doing. Because I might do some more testing with the dead bait thing. All right, what time is it? So it's 1:17. Got about 13 minutes. All right, we got Q. Are we waiting on anybody else? Yeah, safe comp is what it's called. Yes, that's correct, Tumbles. Swag, you getting in? Drift is on my way. Hurry please, Swag. At this point, if you're wanting to be in the comp, just join the comp and hit ready up. Because we got to start it. Oh, is this your alt, Swag? That's funny. Oh, that's funny. We got a level 10 in here. Tombles is 90% loaded. We're starting as soon as Tombles gets in, folks. Pretty healthy comp size. 16. Alright, you don't want me to wait, Drift? Password's just mdog, MDAWG. No space, no caps. Alright, there's Tombles. Alright, I think we're good. Good luck. Have fun, everybody. Alright, we're going to start off with what I did yesterday, which seemed to work pretty well. We got a bunch of crucian. We got a bunch of crucian in our bags. Alright, we're on the safe. First to safe. Uh-oh. Somebody else has already beaten me. What's up, Drift? It's like, because we're doing total weight, look at that little cod. Because we're doing total weight, it's going to be safe. They're going to be popping up constantly in chat. That's so funny. Sorry we couldn't get you in, Drift. We'll do it next time. I think, you know, if you don't trophy, and not counting cafe, this was, I think, between, let's see, what did I make? Just over 800 silver on this spot in 1 hour, doing this very thing. And I think, at least for safe, you might even do better if instead of running the lurker on a pilker rig, you run a foam rubber fish on a jigging rig, if you have all the drops as well. You was unprepared. Well, thanks for jumping in so quick, Q. I just didn't want to keep people waiting too long. Seems like Pydom's catching some pretty healthy size safe. Ooh! Okro with a 17 kilo safe. Like, that's the size of like 5 or 6 of my safe put together. Ooh, look at that place. 88.1 marine fishing. That's awesome. Yo, Okro just jumped in the lead with that one. Maybe that's the strat. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not volume catching. Maybe it's just like targeting, 15 to 20 kilo safe as best you can. That was a thick one, Okra. This probably isn't even a safe. What's this, a little mackerel or something? Oh, dead fish. Dead fish bait. You caught 3 poor beagle here? Is this unmarked 55? I can't remember. Okay, cool. F5, okay. Maybe that's a good spot to take our dead fish. Should we try using dead fish bait there? Okro has almost doubled my safe weight. What did Okro catch this time? Good grief. You were using 300 blue lurker? Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm just trying to test out the dead fish for fun. Nothing else big? Well, you're sure bringing in a lot of them then. With the rattle and fire stick? Oh, nice. Rifty with a nice safe. Q with a nice... Q caught a nice safe a minute ago. That's a long way to pull up a shorthorn sculpin. Pfft. 141 kilo swordfish in the 75. 75's been producing some good fish. When I tried it yesterday, I think I did best in the... I think it was in the 80 on dead fish bait. I don't know though. I know. You can catch some small cod on this stuff we're using right now. That's for sure. I had like 3 non-marker cods yesterday. And, when I was catching safe here. Alright, I need to watch the boat. Might have to adjust it. So many safe. It's really unbelievable. Yo, what are you? You're using a 10-0 hook for safe Q? Wow. What kind of bait do you have on that hook? That's the thing, like, I'm probably not gonna be able to hang. Dolly, Pydam has more than double now for me, because we're gonna just catch small safe pretty much the whole time. You're catching safe on gummy? Is that a thing? I didn't know that was even a thing. Yeah, I'm using foams as well, Pydam. Absolutely. Yeah, we're using the same setup, but you're sure doing better than I am. So, which, you're using 10-0 hooks, and then which gummy? That's fine. So who was telling me about the football fish on a gummy eel? I never wrote down which gummy you said you were using. We are having a safe party. Total safe party. Oh, you went to 41 rins? 34 is crushing safe right now. Cleaning the sea from safe so we can have more quality fish. That's right. Also getting dead fish bait. I don't know. Yeah, I can't scroll up high enough to find the... Yes, we're using drop shots. So I think it's just total cheating. If you don't have drop shots, I don't know how you would keep up with the safe we're catching out here, to be honest. You're at the wrong spot, Q. Ooh, nice safe, 8 and bait. Used lurker with fillet. Yes, I agree. I just don't think you would have any chance of keeping up. I mean, you would catch some nice safe, that's fine, but there's no way it'd be the same bite rate. Yeah, I might even, yeah, that's what I might do actually, is just jig a single handmade foam. Green or blue, probably. Go north, young man. Trophy mackerel, nice. Trophy mackerels are awesome to catch. All right, again, just, I mean, look at this. Pydam is at 52 kilos of saith. I wonder, there's got to be something different. I mean, is that really RNG? Could be a different approach. Maybe he's not letting it go all the way to the bottom. I tend to just catch them on the drop, and if they don't, then I'll go to the bottom and catch them down there. But Grat's on level 11, Swag Alt. Swag Alt killing it in the safe comp. This is a good way to make silver on your alt account. 88.2 on marine fishing, by the way. I need a 30 kilo safe just to keep up with you all. Holy cow. Like, I need it right now. Y'all are gonna make, some of y'all are gonna make over 1,000 silver in this hour on safe with the amount of safe you're catching. 88.3 on fishing, by the way, on marine skill fishing. What is it, 90? It's something kind of cool, right? Yeah, second leader for bottom rigs. That's big. Maybe. Q says it stops at 90. I hope that's not what I think you're... I hope you're not saying what I think you're saying. It stops at 90. The student becomes the master. Yo, what's up, Navy Chief? Ooh, nice safe throws. I hope this is a safe, but I don't know that it is. It's not a cod either, though, I don't think. Did I get cusked this early? Green foam working well. Oh, it's a turbot. So you're not using the lurker at all. You're just using all foams. Is that what you're saying? Green foam's working well for me too on the drop. But I do wonder if it's better just having green foam at the top as well. Alright, this is a safe. More of those, please. Trophy Mac? Or Troll Mac? Okay, gotcha. Ooh, nice safe. 17.18. Oops. All right. Dead fish, safe. How many we have? Plenty. George with a 9.8 safe. Going on a little bit of a good streak here, up to 7th. $10 safe, we'll take that. You've had one safe so far. Are you still 41? Oh, okay. Do you have the drop shot, Renzi, or no? Alright. So, at night, I find that the lurker setup does slow down a little bit. So I will go full handmade foam at this point. At least for overnight, I think. Use that basic stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, it's just not a fair fight, to be honest. I think we'll more consistently catch Saith overnight on this than I would if I stayed with the lurker. But we'll see. Sixth place. I mean, we're close. Like 4 through 6 are all fairly close together. Ooh, demolition, 10 safe. Come on. Come on now. I need you to be a safe though. Dro's big safe. $13 fish. Okra with another safe. Did not want to see that cod. I mean, it's good for silver, but that's gonna hurt. So we're in 5th right now. Probably about to drop further though, or drop some more. Ooh, 12 kilo safe by Okro. Yeah, some of y'all are on the safe even overnight right now. I've kind of 3 out of my last 4 fish have been non-safe. Non-safe fishing weather? That's funny. NSFW. Non-safe fishing weather. I like it. What is going on? I'm going to recenter the boat if we can get a bite here. Never go this far with this long without a bite. In this, you know, with this setup. Boo. Safe, they're slowing down at the moment, aren't they? Okay, that could be a safe. Hit too early to be a too much else. Okay. Okro hanging in there in the lead. Man, there's so much safe being caught. It's actually crazy. Okay, there's a chance. It had not quite gotten to the bottom. Yes. I just don't think I'll be able to catch Droz. If we perked it at 20, would that work? Stay away from the bottom fish. Ooh, that's small though. What's this, a mackerel? You're surprised no one's had a trophy safe yet? Alright, that is a safe. Maybe we just stay off the bottom since it's overnight. That's weird, Renzi. I mean, we're getting safe, but we're getting really small safe doing this. More dead fish bait, but you've not had a safe for 13 minutes now. We're dominating the overnight right now. Only gaining in the overnight hours. I agree. Saith are actually a blast to catch. It's also a blast to make that silver. Oh, Q. I bet that did feel like a safe trophy. Pollock. Alright, I think we switch colors on our foam in a minute here. The sun's starting to shed some light on the world. Then the question is, when do we switch back to lurker? Grant's on level 12. Alright. Yeah. I agree, Droz. It's soon. I think I'll probably do it at about 4. All right, kind of zoning out here. Let's switch it. It's close enough. Let's switch back to lurker. See how it does. I think that lurker maybe just has like a pretty good chance of hooking into a really nice one. So at least that's my thinking. I mean, you could definitely just stay jigging rig and do great, but yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to use these sticks till they just break. I'm also going to put a little bit larger fillet on there. Instead of the strips, we're going to put a small fillet. Because technically, we're not really going for like tiny fish. We're going for safe. So what happens if... Oh, there we go. What happens if I apply the same strategy? Instead of letting it go to the bottom, we just start perking this at 20, 25. Again, just trying to stay away from everything but safe. Yeah, this is the cardinal cue. That's right. So I've never, here's the deal, Q. I've never set the cardinal up with anything bigger than 60 kilo stuff, right? Because I use my big setup when I'm going for big fish. So with 60 kilo leader in line, obviously the really big halibut and stuff is a pain in the butt. Now, could the cardinal do better than that? Yeah, it could do better than that. I think it takes a little bit more wear and tear when you stress it that far. So I've just chosen not to set it up that way. If that makes sense. All right, I might have to start going back down to the bottom now that it's daytime or day-ish time. I don't know, I'm not getting a bite in the surface or the higher elevation as much. Ooh. Yeah, I agree, Derry. If it's a safe, it's a good one. Yeah. 88.4. We're at 114 kilos. I definitely have had a good streak. Like, I seem to catch up with the field a little bit overnight when I switched to the black foam rubber fish. But now that it's daytime again, some of these other setups, I probably won't be able to hang much longer. I don't know. Saith or cod, I think. Small though. Yeah. Come on. I don't think I've had a trophy safe since just after Norway came out. I think it's time. It's time, Norway. Think somebody will get a trophy soon? I kind of agree with you. Somebody's going to hit a 20 kilo safe here before, what, like 9 a.m. or so? We're about 2/3 through the comp. Third place. I bet it won't last, but it's nice being there. Nice being there for a minute. All right, my new strat is to stop at 20, 25, get perking going, and if we don't immediately get a bite, then I drop it again, and then perking stays for most of the rest of the drop. It's kind of an interesting little twist. I don't know. We'll see. Of course, the hope is that you catch the safe before it gets to 20, 25 meters. For efficiency, get it real quick, get it in the boat, and then cast again. I don't know where the line is right now. It's like under the boat. Anybody gets a trophy soon, it's going to be a sculpin. I probably will not get a trophy sculpin because I'm not going to the bottom that much anymore. I have refined my my hunt a little bit. Demolition has had some nice safe. I was surprised Demolition wasn't higher on the list. I mean, it's 10th, but it must just be the frequency. But definitely overall, I've had some good size safe. Bait. Ooh, it's a mackerel. 88.5 on the marine fishing. That's the other thing about volume fishing like this. I get so many marine skill points. Now maybe it really will stop at 90, but up until this point, it has not stopped. Come on. Come on. About 92 is where it died for UQ. Huh. Woo! That is a safe. Come on. We're eating at Red Lobster tonight. Making some real money. Yeah, we made our comeback. I never dreamed we would sniff 3rd place. This is great. Come on. Trophy. Let's hit it. We actually are going to make it to the bottom this time. That's too bad. Might hit a cod or something. Oof. This is kind of coddish. Oh, nice. That's what we want. Try to hook into it before we hit the bottom. Safe for days. Gotta watch this current here. Wait, what are VVs? Is that eel pouts? The eels? Nice. Ooh. Come on now. Oh. Oh. I can't look. Imagine winning your own comp. Rigged. All right, come on. Hit it. I don't want to have to drop you again. Just hit it. Second place, Python. Come on. We had to come to the bottom. This could be bad. Small. Still no one with the trophy. It's amazing. This might be a VV. I will now call these VVs. It is a VV. Almost knocked my mouse straight off my desk across the room. I was so excited that bite happened so fast. Okay, Droz, I think you need to take a bio break or something. Maybe just go like hang out in the other room for just a few minutes. Like the next 4 in-game hours, maybe. Work's calling you. I think that's your phone ringing. Your grass needs to be cut. There's someone at your door. Hit it. Just hit it right there. Ooh, you got an angler here, Victor? That's awesome. Ooh, yes. Oh, is that right, Renzi? I mean, we have been... The difference in the first half of the second half is like we have just gotten dialed in on Saith recently. We're not getting distracted by COD and all that other business that we normally do. Q said, I'm losing to a level 12. No! I don't got time for little microfish. Don't have time. Droz is still catching. He didn't go get the door or, you know, anything else. Go big or go home tactic didn't work, Q. We need a trophy right now. I don't know how we catch Droz without just random huge Saith coming in. Catching mackerel. It's really important that this is a Saith because it's going to take a minute to get it in. If this is a COD or something, that might sink us. Droz says maybe you guys need to take a break getting stressed here. Come on. Had to get in on the bottom too. It's got to be a Saith. We need it to be a Saith, y'all. Can't get to the back of the boat. Alright. We're going lower gear ratio. Come on. Come on, Saith. I think it might be a Saith. It doesn't feel like a COD, actually. Yes, sir. No, 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 no. That's COD. Is that COD? It's COD, isn't it? Oh, that's killer. That is killer, chat. Already dropping. Oh, man. That was it. That was the chance. That was the chance. Increased CODs at sea might have been realistic update, though. From what I hear, you really do catch a ton of COD in that part of the world. Q says, yeah, very realistic. So it was like kind of weird from a realism standpoint, kind of weird that like every other catch we were catching halibut and COD were sort of rare, you know? I do think since halibut have been nerfed in terms of how often we're catching them, like I'm okay with that part. I just wish they might get buffed again, back up a little bit in terms of how much they're worth. Like if they're coming in less, let's increase the value again maybe. Saithe and cod main species, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Cost, keep the cost the same since they're more rare now in catching them. But I don't know if they'll walk that nerf back or not. Spiny dogfish. To be fair, I mean, we're still in range. Trophy still makes this interesting. Where am I going after the comp? To the bathroom. In game? Where am I going after the comp in game? Secret 55. I might try to do dead fish at Secret 55. Actually, first, I think I'll go back to the marina. And I just want to see how much all these Saithe were worth. Since, just so that it's like part of the same basic timeline from the comp. There was some cafe order Saithe things. And... yeah, make some into bait, and I also wanted to look at the dead fish bait rigs. Blue tag cod came out at 55. I wonder, I just don't know. Does anybody have any ideas on where you think the best place to use the dead bait fish rig would be right now? I haven't used it enough to like be completely clear on what species are actually gonna... Like, I caught a redfish off of the dead. I've caught a ton of cusk, caught a redfish, but then caught some interesting stuff too. I don't know. You would say 75 or 80? Bog is saying it's horrible. What, the dead fish bait? Okay, well, maybe I shouldn't do that. Mr. Crossy got that cod. What rod do you use? It's a medium boat rod. It's the one that everybody pretty much gets. What's it called? It's good for big fish. It's just really slow. Gotcha. I mean, I might try it for a little while. It's kind of fun that we got all these Saithe, you know. I am using the Poseidon 80050. The bottom one's decent, but only by trolling. Yeah, I don't have that one unlocked yet. I can't wait to try that one. You're saying that one's better trolling, though? Interesting. Pied, I'm asking Droz to stop. Are you so close to him? Oh, you are so close to him. Holy cow. Troll the big perks or jigs. That's actually something I haven't tried yet, is the oversized jigs. I don't think I've tried those ever, actually. What's up, Dom? So where, like, are they trolling 75 or what? $75 and $80. Mid layer. What is, let's see, so 75, what does that mean? Like, drop it 60 or something? I mean, it goes out at such an angle, like whatever depth you put it at, it's not actually at that depth. You know what I mean? Like, it's such an angle. 35, 40? Okay. Yo. Did Pydam actually... Look at that score right now, y'all. That is incredible. Good comp, y'all. That was amazing. Yeah, if that COD had been safe. True. True. All right. Pydam, you want a boily color? All right, let's go back and see what we made. Yeah, does anybody have the invite to the RF4 US Discord? What color would you like, Pydam? Watch you get a trophy safe now. Yeah, for real. Yes. It's on the RF4 website. There you go. So we have brown, green, orange, pink, red, and yellow. Pink sounds good. Yep, doll one. I was gonna ask you. I've been staring at it, but I could see myself like spelling it wrong or something. You're selling them, Q? I'm giving them. All you got to do is win a comp. All right. Was better to sell them when they were featured on the records? Yeah, that's true. All right, that'd have been easy to get the mackerel. All right, 4 from 3. So that's 161. That is such an easy. No one trophied it, did they? Yeah, 776. So I think yesterday during my... Oh, plus the cafe order. Wait, how much was cafe? 876, 920. So I think during my 1 hour video when I did this, I made 800. But there was no cafe orders. So, oh shoot. Take those few off. 744, not bad at all. All right, but first what I want to do is do some bait in case we do this. So I'll just do it on the very smallest ones. So we'll do the mackerel. That's awesome, Laza. That's great. So we're just going to do the non-marker ones, I think. Man, really just the smallest ones. Like, I can't use the larger ones until I get a large boat rod. They're just too thick. These things, the larger ones, weigh something like 1,500 grams just themselves. Like they're 1.5 kilos or more. That was a fun comp. I really like Saith and Mac comps when you find like really good bite rates. Like that's super fun. I think we only do the ones that are under 2 kilo to start with. That was a race to the end. Actually, we probably should only do the ones under 1.5 kilos. Some of these are going to be too big. 1.16. Yeah, that's right. It's just action. And you make good silver. Like, that's the thing. I mean, there's other fish that you can fish for that you have really high bite rate. But it's rare to have that and such good silver. Thank you, Python. All right, so we made some good silver. We got some good baits. Now we got to spin some silver. I just want to get like one more size of these hooks for the dead fish thing. So like right now I have the blue one and the red one. They're just so daggum expensive. And I have the blue one, or the, yeah, it's bluish. Yeah, blue in this one. This one's $350. Why don't we get the silver of this one? Yeah, let's do this one on that size. Okay. Okay, so you're saying the chats. Any specific recommendations on? Wait, are you talking about these? I have used, okay, if you're talking about these, I have used this one quite a bit and caught some good fish. I got trophy cod and a really nice Greenland shark. If there's anything else you recommend, I can try it. I also have this one, and it's been okay. I haven't used it as much though. And then I also got the big boy. I haven't used it as much, but it seems pretty slow. Use the M25. So like this same, the blue color or another one? Blue and tiger. Which is the 10, right? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Are there any soft lures though? Like, are there any huge soft plastic lures that we should be using? These are only 42 grams. So do they not make any giant ones for here? I guess I was thinking there might be. Maybe not. You've got the giant pilkers. The big fisk. Oh, this one. $140. $140? Blue and white gummy mask. Okay. Wait, what's the 140, Juke? 140S? Blue and white. Wait, what'd you say? Yeah, blue and white. What size? Like 8.0? Like this one? Okay. I'm gonna get a couple of those. The Jig 140. Alright, hold on. What are we talking about? The Jigging 140 size. Oh, this. Okay. Which colors have you liked? I guess I've got some of these. And you're saying that's been at 41 for Silver Farm? Okay, that's good to know. 06 and 012. That's a cool looking one. 6 and 12. All right, so those are salty fish. Let me write this down because I might not get to all this today on the stream. For anglers. Oh, that's cool. So what size jig hook are y'all using? The 8.0? Oh, no, that was for that. You use 6.0? I've got one of those apparently. 8.0 to 12.0. See, I think the only... All right, I have a 10. So these just get heavier, huh? All right. We spent enough silver for one day. 75 and 80. Okay. That is good to know. Okay. Let me go... do we want to go try dead fish here? Why not? And we can switch to something else if it's not working. See if we can get on some more fish. Let me just get the boat going, and then I'm going to go use the restroom. Because I've got to go in about an hour and 15. Or hour and 10, something like that. Your fluoro beads and your 80 kilo leader. Salty fish for droppers. Oh, okay. Oh, that's smart. I didn't think about that. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure, Swag. Usually the real 55 is usually pretty good. I'm not sure about fake 55 out here. I've only fished over here once or twice. Alright, so the question is... There we go. A spoon? Would a spoon work? You mean instead of a pilker? Q says yes. I have no idea. I've never used a spoon here. You just made 1,800 silver in 2 hours at 41. That is great. It's not quite safe money, but it's great. I'll be right back. Sorry, I was just talking about how slow this might be. We could also try using the giant silicone lures that we just got here as well. They will also be slow, but so Q, do you normally perk the giant silicone lures, or do you just let them sit in the bottom layer? Because I seem to catch fish both ways, but they both seem slow, if that makes sense. And I even tried trolling it, and I didn't love that. Oh yeah, you were saying troll 75, but keep it in the upper layer, right? Or mid layer. Ooh, crap. Maybe we should try doing that. Have we drifted? We are on kind of this narrow little... Plus it's overnight right now. This is going to be brutal. Droz says, I prefer to perk in and out of the bottom layer. Okay. Yeah, I think we're drifting right now. It's just going to be so painful at night. Maybe we should just cast this setup again. Just get through some of the night. Two rods for twice the action. A big leader that's not braid. Yeah, these are nylon. Using this material, the Atami leader material. Yeah, there's leader materials you can get for certain types of leaders. You just buy the leader materials out of the shop. Not a fan of the dead fish. Well, I feel like overnight it's just so slow. I may try it again though. We were drifting off the bottom, so I couldn't keep it off. We were drifting off the bank before. Who? I think anything overnight feels like it's just really slow. Wouldn't go over the big stuff. I don't know. Oh, is that right, Python? Okay. I'll switch it to that in a minute. Rick says you don't. Max Mono 181. Max Fluoro 55. Only braid can go over 181. These dead fish are actually usually pretty good at catching cusk. I just don't know how. I haven't fished this spot in a long time, so I'm not sure how active it is. Hey, we got a cusk. I think we'll do it here just for a minute, and then we'll probably just move over to 75. I mean, we're pretty close to 75, and that's probably a little more like established spot for the stuff we'd love to catch here in the last little while we have to fish. So 120, there's a trophy ling just waiting for us, huh? Oh, really? Good job, Jake. Yeah, 120 has been a really good spot for sure. I mean, we can probably find out, right? USA Weekly. Huh. Okay. Yeah, it looks like squids. Big perking hunter with squid. I don't know, unless you just like know a really good spot or something, I feel like some of this is just too slow at the moment. Not for stream, yeah. And I'm gonna try to troll this just for a minute, but it may be too slow too. But I'm curious about like keeping it in the upper mid. I'm not sure if I've ever kept it like at 40 for very long, you know? I think I tend to end up going a little deeper and then finally getting a bite down deeper, so maybe I've got to be a little more patient. Yeah, it makes sense. Because they're eating those saithe and mackerel, right? Oh, that's interesting. Alright. Let's just see what happens here for a minute. See if we can find something wild. So you're talking about like the huge perking lures? Heavy 1,000 gram lures. I don't know, like, obviously trolling can work, but I'm not sure they designed this to be trolling. Like, I feel like us trolling, we're sort of finding a way to, you know, to do something, but I'm not sure they designed the map with the idea that people would be trolling like this. Yeah. You're trolling because you don't want to get spooled, right? If you get into the wrong fish. Although I've wondered if a fish is swimming fast enough, it is so hard to turn this boat and it's going so slow when you're trolling. Are we really catching up with it before it spools me? Oh. Wow. So he really is just letting them die out there. Trolling circles. I'll have to try some of this off stream. So he wouldn't have this big a... He'd have a lot smaller line so that a lot more line is on the reel. Huh. I stand on the bank and walk around in circles doesn't help me. Should we be perking it? Like, does it matter when you're moving like this to get that perking symbol? Thing at the bottom? Because as you can see, you can get it. Wait, can you see? Oh, crap. Oh, shoot. Get out of the way. On the other side with your setup, you can max drag a big porbeagle all the way in 15 minutes. Yeah, it's true. So the question is, are you going to hook into a 80 kilo porbeagle or a 300 kilo, 400 kilo, you know, whatever? I would just love to have a bite. At some point they get so big you can't lock them. Yeah, that's right. I just want to see a fish actually get on here using this technique at this depth, because I've not seen it yet. And I don't know if I'm helping or hurting by perking. Like on what? The tuna and swords? So I should have a Hunter 1000 out there probably. You think people are trolling on these? That is a good point. Like these giant silicone, these are pretty small anyway. I mean, these are pretty slow anyway, right? What if we did troll the what we know is a little faster for a second, just see what happens. Dobrik says fists are not active at the moment. Could somebody like let me know when they are? Because I like fishing with them, but I'm not getting many fish on them. All right. Pilker. I mean, like, I guess we just want to go big, right? Like, do we... Do we still want to do drop stuff? What do y'all think? Drop shot on trolling or no? Big squids? I mean, it could help with the bite rate, right? Yeah, I'm on it. I'm on it. Let's do it. We should be trolling? Are we really trolling at 2 meters per second? Okay. Alright, let's see what we do, chat. Let's see what we do. Now we could perk this as well. I think so, Nero. It's not the only place to make money, obviously, but even with like beginner setups here, you can do really well. But other than using your trips, unless you're 34, you can't fish here. You're level 24? Yeah. I was worried. I didn't think you had played recently. Or not a lot, at least. Yeah, I mean, 800, that's about what I'm making just fishing for Saith at 34 right now. For an hour, which is nice. Alright, I'm gonna drop it to 50. And then we'll keep perking it. Because we're still not catching fish. Welcome back, Derry. Yeah, I know I can catch fish doing it on the bottom. I've done that for sure, even with trolling. But I would just like to be able to try to find a sword or something. You know? Some sort of predator. But it's not happening. So maybe we should go back to the bottom, at least try to get something. Because we're not doing much right now. Trolling Volkov. Oh, somebody asked about... Who was that was asking about putting together a bait caster? You're at 120? Nice. Trolling Volkov. I mean, obviously there's a million options now, but for example, if you want to do spinning, Caliber HSV on a Super Duty or Model 1 or whatever can at least get you going. But there are a ton of options these days. So this is interesting. I don't know if it's the angle or... Oh, there we go. I was going to say I'm having a hard time getting it to perk while sitting in the seat. But there we go. It's really a nice little boat we got here. I guess it should be. It's expensive. It's harder to spend as much time experimenting when you know you're dropping like 178 per 2 hours or whatever. I'm surprised we haven't caught something doing this, actually. Especially with all the squid on. Like, it's a long time. I guess if we were at the bottom, we probably would have. Okay, let's let it drop. See if we just get some random poor fish. So we actually got it on the drop. Oh man, if we don't get it over on the side, it's gonna be awkward. Okay. Hey, a squid. Oh man. We'll take a little squid. All right, swag. Okay, interesting. As soon as you get it to the bottom, you're gonna start catching fish. Titan 8000 or shape. I mean, I just like the HSV dairy. The Titan 8000, I think I've used that one time. It seems solid as well. Just all the way around, I like the HSV. If you can stand to save for that long. So we're catching fish now that we're letting it drop farther. But I guess if we were patient, maybe we'd eventually hit a predator in the upper to mid levels. Absolutely. Sounds good, Derry. Oh, it's a wolffish. Hey. I'll take a wolffish. Well, it's been a good bite rate since we started dropping it, right? And I guess every time you drop through the 40 to 60 meter areas, you got a chance of some predator snagging it. There we go. We're catching fish again, chat. Probably not Q. Unless, yeah, unless we just found a way to really target big fish. I agree with you. I agree with you. Although it is good just to see kind of how it's working. I haven't spent much time even trying to troll out here, so this is kind of interesting. I agree. I don't think the way the map and the boat and everything is designed right now, I'm not sure you can use the boat to increase your bite rate. It's either doesn't have an effect or it could even slow it down, would be my guess. But it's a safety valve in case if you're really trying to target those huge fish. It's just a safety valve, right? There's a hake. All right. I will say that was a very nice bite rate. Since we started letting it go to the bottom, it was very good bite rate. All right, let's see if we can catch one more nice fish here, and then we'll start thinking about wrapping it up. You troll the flying collar rig? Yeah, I think you were telling me that the other day. Like you've had some good luck trolling that. Oh, the other thing we could do is try those fisk, those soft baits instead of the squid, right? See how we do with those up here. Let me think. I think I still prefer HSV to Narga. I don't, just me personally, I don't usually recommend people go to Narga unless they just really want to. All right, let me find Narga. Narga is a spinning reel. All right, the Narga 8000. It's 14.5 drag. Mech weight maybe 44. Yeah, I don't. HSV 31 mech weight. 15.4 drag still, bigger spool. I don't really think, because of the spool size, I don't think it's even actually close. Now, if you're just spin fishing, I don't know. Maybe there's an argument that could be made for the Narga, but I certainly would not see the Narga as an upgrade to the HSV. I think we can all say that that's not the case. And the HSV can be upgraded. Yeah, and it's no knock on the Narga. There certainly were times in the game's existence where Narga was one of the most sought after reels. The HSV does sort of just kind of suck the wind out of everything right now, but at that level. All right, so this with this and this, the 12 and the 6. Oh, it's because of the hook size, isn't it? I had gold 80s as well, and no, I wouldn't recommend them either. Yeah, I agree with you, Noel. Y'all remember back in the day when, like, I just remember when trading gear was a big thing. The Everest. The Everest is on my marker rod or something. That's troop item. It's a good way of looking at it. Palmers and potatoes. I remember when I was like probably mid-level, mid to upper levels. I just remember making a couple of trades, like maybe people had upgraded to much bigger reels and stuff, and so they wanted some, I don't know, maybe they wanted like some Boonasons or something, and I had an extra Boonason, or I don't know. And then bait trading, like you would end up with way more of a certain, you know, premium bait, and so you trade with someone to kind of even out your supply or whatever. Yeah, because you can't, unless you buy it with gold, it's not tradable now. That's pretty much killed the market. I don't think it's against the terms of service or anything to trade with people. You just can't actually send anything out of your inventory in terms of equipment, gear that wasn't purchased with gold. Or if you're trading baits or stuff like that. You're trying to trade a Steelhead 600R, Steelhead 600R. Is that the classic bait casting one? Why are you wanting to unload it? Yo, what's up, Gary? You're trying to get a bigger spool? There's a group on Facebook. Oh, cool. Okay. Starter conventional reel. Gotcha. That if that's the steelhead I'm thinking of, that's a really good bait casting reel for like trolling Volkov. Is this what you're talking about? Yo, Canadian, no worries. No worries. I plan on being back tomorrow. I've caught many a salmon on these steelheads. Oh, you're trying to use that in the sea? It's not saltwater protected and it's got a small spool. Yeah, that's right, Q. Model 1 and steelhead. Because they were pretty cheap to repair. Like, the upgrade above the steelhead, it just got pricey. But you could beat on these all day and then just throw some money at them, repair them up. Good little reels. I think I had the I don't know how it lets that word through. I think I had the steelness too, right? Eventually, I think I got the steelness. I didn't have it for a long time, but let me figure this out real quick. There's the minister. There's the other steelhead. There's the Centauri, which is before the ocean came out and everything. The Centauri was kind of my main. Oh, I didn't actually realize that this one's rated for saltwater. Or I didn't remember that. That's interesting. I like that reel a lot. There's the steelness. I thought the Centauri was great. I haven't used it on the sea though. I'm not sure about all that. Yeah. The steelness and the Evora. Yeah, that's nice. I think this Centauri just looks great too. It's pretty expensive though. I mean, I think if you're when you're thinking about Norway, just the spool size of conventional reels, it'd be hard to go with that, right? This should have been a conventional. You can get a line counter version as well. Oh, that's amazing, Droz. I don't know if I've ever looked at that reel, but that test option, that's pretty sick. It looks cool too. Not for the sea, obviously, but that is a cool reel. It's just like a classic medium to medium, medium heavy. It just gives you the option of using lighter reels, but you still, lures, but you still got tons of power. That's a nice reel for Ladoga. Dry again? Yeah, I can see that. All right. Well, once again, we unsuccessfully tried to break into the car. And caused a scene in the harbor. I don't know. We'll find out one day, Gary, when we break in successfully. All right, y'all have a good one. Tight lines. See you tomorrow. Sounds good, Canadian. No worries at all. No worries at all. Y'all are the best. See you soon, okay?